Let us pray. O merciful Lord, we thank you for your light that directs our steps. May the members of this body feel your guidance, peace, and power today. Join our lawmakers to yourself with an inseparable bond of love, for you alone truly satisfy. Lord, grant that their love may abound more and more in knowledge and depth of insight, so that they may be able to discern what is best and may be pure and blameless when they stand before you. Send out your light and your truth, that they may illuminate our lawmakers, our nation, and our world. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Maria A. Lanahan of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri.
Mr. President.
The great senator from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you. I'm pleased to follow up on a topic that I discussed with my Senate colleagues. That topic was on June the 2nd, and it was on the 39th anniversary of C-SPAN covering the Senate. I led the Senate with Senators Klobuchar, Young, and Wyden in passing a resolution highlighting the importance of continuous Senate coverage for all Americans and the need for live coverage of C-SPAN to be accessible on all platforms. Yesterday, both Hulu and YouTube announced that YouTube TV and Hulu Plus Live TV will be carrying the C-SPAN networks so Americans can watch Congress actions in real time and see our democracy at work through a nonpartisan lens. I thank all of these entities for being committed to this public service. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, over the last few weeks, we've all had a chance, my colleagues and I, to spend extra time in our states talking to our constituents and reporting back on what we've been doing for the American people here in Washington. And Republicans have a lot of good news to share. Among the things we've already delivered for the American people is permanent tax relief for working families, real security at our southern border, critical support for America's farmers and ranchers, and we're just getting started. I always appreciate being able to travel South Dakota far and wide during these state work periods. It's a pleasure to visit communities around the state and hear directly from South Dakotans about the issues our country is facing. Mr. President, summertime is fair season in South Dakota, which means agriculture is front and center. I stopped by the Turner County Fair in Parker, the Sioux Empire Fair in Sioux Falls, the Central States Fair in Rapid City. On Monday, I was at the State Fair in Huron, South Dakota. Senator Hoeven came south for the Brown County Fair in Aberdeen, where he joined me for a great discussion on the support for farmers and ranchers we provided in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And of course, I made sure that he got the famous Tubby Burger, which is a favorite at the Brown County Fair. At Dakota Fest in Mitchell, I joined Senator Rounds and Congressman Johnson for the Farm Bureau's annual Ag Policy Forum. We discussed how farmers are still struggling with high input costs and depressed commodity prices, causing upside-down margins for their operations. While crop yields are strong and the One Big Beautiful Bill adjusted reference prices to ensure that commodity programs more closely reflect market conditions, there's more work to do. That includes boosting agriculture through trade opportunities and increased market access. We had a lot to report to farmers and ranchers about the One Big Beautiful Bill, from strengthening commodity programs and crop insurance, to supporting livestock producers facing losses, to raising the exemption threshold to save more farms and ranches from the death tax. And we're going to keep on working to build up strong family farms and ranches in America. Mr. President, I also had the opportunity to visit some small towns in South Dakota, walk down the Main Street, and meet small business owners in these communities. In Hoven, South Dakota, I stopped into Salon 54, Brew 54, and more, and the Plains Commerce Bank on Main Street. I also stopped into City Hall, one of my favorite ways to learn about a community's needs and how I can help. In Mobridge, I toured the local hospital and attended an event supporting small businesses with Grow South Dakota and Akipton. Small businesses aren't always easy to run, but they're the backbone of our communities. Mr. Bob's Drive-In and Shorty's One Stop in Selby are two more small businesses that I visited this past month. I also stopped by Bauer's Super Value, Buttercup's Coffee Shop, and Blondie's Tables and Taps in Faulkton, South Dakota. Mr. President, it was a great way to catch up with entrepreneurs, workers, and customers at these small businesses. And there's a lot of good news in the One Big Beautiful Bill for small businesses and their employees. No tax on tips and overtime is welcome news to servers, busboys, bartenders, and the millions of workers who earn tips or put in extra hours to earn overtime pay. And permanent tax relief in this bill means lower tax bills for working families in every corner of South Dakota. For small businesses, permanent tax relief will help free up cash to invest in their workers and grow their businesses. And investment incentives like bonus depreciation will help businesses, farmers, and ranchers invest in new equipment for their operations. Mr. President, I had a lot of good conversations these last few weeks. But some of my favorite moments come when I have a chance to just say thank you. I had the opportunity to do that a few times this last month. I met with first responders from the Aberdeen Fire Rescue and law enforcement officers from the Rapid City Police Department and Pennington County Sheriff's Office to thank them for serving. I got to participate in annual Ag Appreciation events at the Sioux Empire Fair and the Central States Fair, shaking hands with hardworking farmers and ranchers. And it was humbling to reflect on the service of South Dakotans past and present at the Battleship South Dakota Memorial Day of Honor, and to be on hand for the 28th Bomb Wing Change of Command ceremony at Ellsworth Air Force Base. Mr. President, it's been a busy few weeks back home in South Dakota, and for all my colleagues as they moved across their states these last few weeks. And now, it's going to be a busy few weeks here in Washington. We're setting our country up for a stronger and more prosperous future. And I can't wait to see the benefits for my state of South Dakota and for our entire country. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat Leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Mr. President, this morning I spoke with Revolution Wind, informing me that they are suing the Trump administration over their attacks on offshore wind projects. The suit is a regrettable but necessary step illustrating deep damage Donald Trump's administration is causing to American energy, to U.S. jobs. Donald Trump has made no secret he detests offshore wind industry, and for no good reason. He doesn't like the way the windmills look. Someone built windmills off the coast of his golf course in Scotland, and he thought it was ugly. So, what Donald Trump will do because of these whims is raise everybody's electricity prices dramatically. When your electric bill goes up, it's because of Donald Trump's whims. This one is ridiculous. 80% or over 80% of it is built. Billions of dollars have been sunk into the ground. And they call up and say, stop, and they don't even give them a reason. How can so many people go along with this idiotic behavior? How can so many people go along when Donald Trump simply has a whim that's just dumb, stupid, and harmful to the American people, and no one does anything about it? And then he has all his minions in the various agencies shut it off. People's electric bills are spiking. Our energy grid is strained. Everyone admits we need more energy, particularly as AI sucks up so much of it. And Donald Trump is making things worse based on no logic, based on a ridiculous whim. So we're going to lose thousands of jobs, prices will go up, we won't expand American power, China will gain on us. So it's good that Revolution Wind is taking this step by going to court. But the idiocy of this policy has not been rebutted by anyone in the administration. They just go, yes, sir, and go along. It's a disgrace. On the appropriation process, well, yesterday, Mr. President, Senate Democrats had a very good meeting about the appropriations process. All of us, myself, Leader Jeffries, Senate Democrats, House Democrats, Senator Murray, Ranking Member DeLauro, we're all on the same page. The only way to avoid a shutdown on September 30th is to work in a bipartisan way. But Republicans are once again threatening to go at it alone, which will lead our country straight into a shutdown, a Republican-caused shutdown, because they refuse to work in a bipartisan way. Democrats don't want a shutdown. We want bipartisan negotiations and a bipartisan bill where we can have some real input in undoing a lot of the damage that has been done by this administration. If Republicans want to keep the government open, they have to work with Democrats in a bipartisan way. That's the only way to get it done. But if Republicans choose to continue going at it alone, if they refuse to be reasonable, if they close the door on negotiations, then any shutdown is going to be on them. Time is short. And finally, on the good old feeling of American optimism. Unfortunately, in Donald Trump's America, American optimism is dying. This week, a Wall Street Journal NORC poll found the share of Americans who are positive about their future has fallen to a record low, the lowest level in the poll's history, the lowest level in the poll's history. The sunny American optimism that if I work hard, I'll be doing better 10 years from now than I'm doing today, and my kids will be doing still better than me, is fading rapidly. Only 1 in 4 Americans believe they can improve their standard of living. 70% of Americans believe the American dream no longer holds. That is a tragedy. The great, sunny American optimism, which has fueled us to greatness, which has pushed us to move forward despite crises and obstacles in the way, is dying. This is a tragedy, and it's a warning. And most of all, it reflects how Americans feel under Donald Trump's leadership. And it's hard to blame Americans who feel this way. When rents go up, when mortgages go up, when the electric bill goes up, I just talked about what they're doing with offshore wind. When groceries get more expensive, people don't want a president obsessed with military parades and winning the Nobel Peace Prize. They want someone with real solutions, and Donald Trump is stuck in his own little fantasy world. There's even another study that said Americans now think they're going to be spending less on Christmas goods this year, on Christmas gifts. That's when you know something is deeply, deeply wrong, because Americans want to spend more for their children, for their family, for their friends, for their coworkers when it comes Christmas time, to buy gifts. And it's no accident why we're here. A lot of Donald Trump's policies have pushed us here. His tariffs are sending prices up. They're not creating jobs. His big, ugly bill, which he's desperately trying to rebrand, made the biggest cuts to American health care in history, and it took away food from hungry kids to give tax breaks to billionaires. These are acts of betrayal. That's why this big, beautiful bill, they want to rename it, but American people know what it is. It's a big, ugly betrayal about everything Donald Trump promised. Donald Trump's actions steal people's hope. It's like the air being sucked out of your lungs. And while parents pay more for school supplies, Donald Trump's family is making billions off crypto schemes. While small businesses are trying to make sense of his tariffs, he uses the White House lawn as a Tesla dealership. While honest Americans watch manufacturing jobs disappear in red states, Trump is handing government jobs to his cronies and his sycophants. While people see their health care premiums go up, he's enriching his billionaire friends with massive tax breaks. This is not a golden age. This is not American greatness. This is not what the American people signed up for. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I spent the last 4 weeks traveling all around the great state of Wyoming, from Cheyenne to Cody. Visited with people and families from all across the state. I was at our state fair in Douglas, the Du Bois Firefighters Picnic, the River Festival and Shrimp Fest in Green River, Wyoming, and pancake festivals in Newcastle and Meeteetse. And 1 year ago, at events like this all around Wyoming families told me that they were very concerned because America, as they saw it, was heading in the wrong direction. They were really stressed about paying high prices a year ago. They were very angry about the wide-open southern border. They were very anxious about what could have been a $4 trillion tax increase had the Democrats gotten their way. Well, Democrats have been the party of high prices and open borders, so it's no surprise that people in my home state, and in yours, Mr. President, were so very concerned. They were concerned because they saw our country and their future. They were less safe and less prosperous. They were facing a grim reality. But oh, what a difference a year makes. Today, America's heading in the right direction. America's back on track. It's what I heard in every corner of Wyoming. and what Americans are seeing all across the nation. Labor Day, just this past weekend, gas prices were at a 5-year low for Labor Day gas prices. Small business optimism is at the highest in 5 months. 500,000 new jobs have been created. Real wages continue to go up. Inflation is staying low. And we are repeatedly beating the economists' expectations. Here in Washington, D.C., a city known for its crime, now this city is safer and cleaner thanks to President Trump's common sense policies. The American people were right to trust President Trump and Republicans in Congress to get America back on track. This is the beginning of the great American comeback. Mr. President, the Republicans' Working Families Tax Cuts law is going to continue to make historic progress. Wyoming families are going to be saving $2,400 this year because of the tax cuts. Now, that's according to a new analysis by the Tax Foundation. That's money back in people's pockets, paychecks, purses. That's where it belongs. This law cuts tax on tips. No tax on tips puts an extra $1,300 back into the pockets of waiters, barbers, bartenders. The law also cuts taxes on overtime. No taxes on overtime puts an extra $1,400 back into the paychecks of nurses, firefighters, police officers. The child tax credit is higher. This saves working families $2,200 per child per year. Seniors are going to pay less in taxes this year because of a new $6,000 deduction on Social Security benefits. The bottom line is this: Americans are going to keep more of what they earn. This is going to send less of the hard-earned money to Washington, D.C. And Wyoming people clearly understand the meaning of wasteful Washington spending. At the Wyoming State Fair in Douglas, I joined Wyoming families in celebrating our state's rich heritage and history. Republicans' new law supports our farmers and ranchers. The law's disaster assistance helps families whose grazing lands are destroyed by wildfires or by drought. Its full expensing of up to $2.5 million for new equipment is also going to help grow businesses. The change in our law to the death tax, well, that's going to ease families' burdens and our worries, specifically providing certainty for families into the future. These policies make our farmers and our ranchers more prosperous and help feed the nation. Mr. President, not a single Democrat voted for these popular policies that are making America safer and more prosperous. Not a single one. Every single Democrat voted instead to raise taxes by $4 trillion. That had been the largest tax increase in American history. So it's no surprise Democrats are putting the fear before the facts when it comes to this law. Just yesterday, Senator Schumer came to the floor and falsely claimed that the law doesn't help our rural hospitals. I need to set the record straight on that, Mr. President. Republicans created a $50 billion rural hospital fund. Specifically, rural hospitals. You're from a rural hospital state, Mr. President, as am I. I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine in Wyoming for over 2 decades. I was president of our Wyoming State Medical Society. I was chief of staff of the hospital in which I practiced. I am in close contact with the hospitals and the doctors in my state. Since Obamacare became law over a decade ago, more than 100 rural hospitals have closed across the country. Many more are now at risk today. This $50 billion rural hospital fund, it means real relief for our nation's rural hospitals. Yet every Democrat in this body voted against helping rural hospitals. Every one of them. Democrats in this very body even introduced legislation in July to eliminate this $50 billion rural hospital fund. Senator Schumer came to this very floor and he bragged about the introduction of this bill that would hurt rural hospitals. At the same time, Democrats voted to continue to give free free taxpayer-funded health care to illegal immigrants. That compounded the disaster of 4 years of Joe Biden's open border policies. Well, President Trump took immediate action. Action to secure the border, action to end the chaos, action to protect American citizens. This message is now clear around the world. Don't come here and expect to get through our border if you're illegally trying to come here. Illegal crossings are now at record lows. For 3 months in a row, 0 illegal immigrants were released into our country. 0. Republicans in Congress went even further with our recent bill. We are finishing the wall at the southern border, hiring more border agents, and investing in immigration and customs enforcement. From cutting taxes to securing the border, America is safer, stronger, and more prosperous today than it was a year ago. This is all the result of the work of President Trump and Republicans in Congress. The people of Wyoming feel the difference, and they're not alone. People all across America see that our nation is getting back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Lanahan and R2 nominations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
Yes.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, people of goodwill can see things differently, and I certainly respect my colleague from Wyoming. He's a friend, has been for many years, but I certainly disagree with his analysis of the big, beautiful Trump budget bill. Day before yesterday, I had a visit in my office here in Washington from the head of the largest dental insurance company in the United States. Some of us are fortunate to have dental insurance. We know that it doesn't cover the complete cost of dental care, but it's helpful. And many of us feel fortunate to be in that position. As a result of the big, beautiful Trump bill, budget bill, which was just described by the senator from Wyoming, 4 million Americans are going to lose their dental insurance because of that bill. Why? Because that bill, unfortunately, cut $900 billion from Medicaid. It means that premiums under dental insurance are likely to go up over 90%, and 4 million Americans will lose their dental insurance. Is that something that we bargained for? Was that part of the deal that is being described as successful in helping American families? Meanwhile, up to 17 million Americans are going to lose their health insurance. Have you ever been in a position where you had no health insurance and a serious medical problem in your family? I have. I'll never forget it as long as I live. It's a terrible feeling to feel that you just can't ask for the very best medical care because you don't have health insurance. Up to 17 million Americans will lose their health insurance because of the big, beautiful Trump budget bill that was passed exclusively with Republican votes. And as far as local hospitals, I invite my colleague from Wyoming to come listen to the leaders and administrators of rural hospitals in Illinois. They do not sing the same song that he just did on the floor. They are worried that many of them cannot survive these cuts in Medicaid. Medicaid is a critical program, not only for hospitals and clinics, but also for nursing homes. I have nursing home organizers and executives who've contacted me and said they don't know if they can keep their doors open. If you have found a good, safe, trusting place for your mother, grandmother, or someone in your family, and now run the risk of being closed, the facility being closed, or the help that's necessary to keep your loved one in the nursing home disappears, you wonder yourself, what's next? Where are we going to send mother or grandmother or someone in our family? That's the reality of what we're facing with the cuts in the big, beautiful bill. So why? Why would the Republicans going into an election cycle want to have 17 million Americans lose their health insurance, 4 million lose their dental insurance, rural hospitals, many of them facing closure, clinics unable to stay open in rural areas and downstate areas, and have nursing homes closed as well? Why would they be for such a thing? Because they had an overriding determination to make sure that tax breaks were extended for the wealthiest people in America. That was what's behind all of it. Why did they want to cut $900 billion from Medicaid? So they could give it in tax breaks primarily to wealthy people. Now, they dispute it when we say they go primarily to wealthy people. Let me give you an example. A family making $35,000 a year, barely getting by, how much of a tax break do they get out of the big, beautiful Trump budget bill? The equivalent of $3 a week. $3 a week. Now, wait a minute. How about those folks with big money, the Elon Musk category of individuals who are very wealthy? If the little guy gets $3 a week, how much do these folks get a week? $6,000 a week in tax breaks for the wealthiest people in America. $6,000 a week. Does Elon Musk need that additional $6,000 a week? What's he going to do with it? How's his life going to be improved? But I'll tell you this, for the people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck trying to pay the bills, this tax break means little or nothing to them. But for the wealthiest people in America, it means more money piled on at the expense of folks losing their health insurance. That was the choice we were given. Yes, every Democrat voted against it. I was one of them. All the Republicans voted for it, and now they have to try to explain it. Moving to another topic unrelated, Mr. President, I'll never forget sitting early one dark morning in the airport departure lounge in Vilnius, Lithuania. The date was February 24th, 2022. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware and I had just finished visiting Lithuania that had emerged from decades of Soviet dominance to become a thriving free market democracy in the European Union and NATO. While we sat in that airport departure lounge and looked up at the television, we realized that there was an historic event taking place. It was a throwback to the dark days of Russian tyranny, Vladimir Putin's military effort to fully invade and topple a democratic Ukraine. We saw it happening on the screen as we sat in that airport lounge. I had been in Ukraine in 2014 with the late Senator John McCain when Russia forcibly seized Crimea and parts of the eastern Donbass in Ukraine. But this was now a full-scale invasion in 2022, and an effort to extinguish the democratically elected Ukrainian government. A puppet Russian regime, almost comical, if not so deadly serious, was part of Putin's invasion plan. It's a script any student of history knows is common in the Cold War. Putin or another Russian leader declares that he's going to protect Russian populations in a country and invades that country and tries to install a new government. Well, he thought it would be an easy pushover in Ukraine. He was wrong. In the ensuing years, the Ukrainian people fought heroically for their freedom. They preserved their democratic government and independence from Putin's fixation with restoring the Soviet empire. The price in Ukraine has been costly in lives and treasure. And as my Republican colleague from Iowa powerfully mentioned on the floor yesterday, also in thousands of Ukrainian children abducted and taken to be brainwashed in Russia. Yes, that has happened. The Russians went into Ukraine, and when they conquered areas, they gathered up the children, took them away from their families in Ukraine, and shipped them off to Russia to learn Russian and believe they were Russian and were never going to return to Ukraine. Thousands of children. What a horrible thing to do. It's one of the things that was cited when Vladimir Putin was declared a war criminal by the International Court. But let us be clear, the Ukrainian people are not backing down. They have prevailed amid these horrors against one of the strongest militaries on earth. In doing so, Ukraine has severely weakened a formidable threat to Western security of Russian aggression, including NATO allies such as Poland and Baltics that remain in Russia's crosshairs. Support for Ukraine and stopping Russian aggression has been broadly bipartisan and shared with our European allies. But today, under President Trump, it is difficult to know where America stands in terms of Russia. President Trump said he could end the war in Ukraine within the first 24 hours of taking office. Now, he makes a lot of claims. That one was outlandish. All of us know that Putin is not that easy, but yet he said it. President Trump gave repeated deadlines to Putin in February, in May, in July, and another one apparently at the end of this week. He personally called Putin multiple times this year and recently lavishly hosted him with a red carpet greeting in Alaska. President Trump has spent important American and presidential capital in these pursuits and has very little, if anything, to show for it. Now, I don't criticize this president for trying to engage with Putin. I've met with my share of autocratic regimes in pursuit of greater goals. That's what diplomacy is all about. But let's be clear. After each engagement or threatened deadline from President Trump to reach a ceasefire or end the war, including most recently after risking American prestige in Alaska, Russia's attacks on Ukraine brazenly increased, not decreased. That's right. After each personal attempt to deal with Putin, he thumbed his nose at the United States, instead started slaughtering more innocent Ukrainians. No deal was reached, and Putin stalled and reciprocated with nothing but violence and humiliation. I believe President Trump wants to find a solution to this horrific war. I support him in that effort, but it's clear to all that President Putin is playing the United States and President Trump. Putin isn't serious, and Putin doesn't want a deal. In fact, just this week, we saw him standing next to Mr. Xi of China, urging a new world order at a state-managed summit with some of the world's most repressive anti-U.S. regimes, including Iran, North Korea, and Belarus. And may I add, India was part of that meeting as well. Quite simply, Russia will only respond to increased economic and military pressure. That's a fact. My Republican colleagues in Congress know that as well. It is long overdue for President Trump and the Congress to take these steps. We have a tough sanctions bill here in the Senate with more than 80 co-sponsors. What are we waiting for? Leader Thune should work with Senator Graham to immediately call up this bill for passage. The security guarantees and weapons for Ukraine that our European allies and President Trump seem to have reached agreement on also demonstrate progress. Let's see them to conclusion. Seized Russian assets can also be used to help Ukraine militarily and economically. And we must continue to give Ukraine the military capabilities to defend itself and force Russia to the table. Students of history remember the catastrophic miscalculation of former British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain. He naively and tragically thought he made a deal with Hitler, Adolf Hitler, to secure peace in our time. There is still a chance for President Trump to avoid this fate of history and bring an honorable end to this war, but it will only be through clear-eyed realism when it comes to Vladimir Putin. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Don't need a copy.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that we vitiate the quorum call, please.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, here shortly I will ask unanimous consent to vote on the nominations of Jess Kramer to be the Assistant Administrator of the Office of Water and at the Environmental and Protection Agency, and Mr. Sean McMaster to be the Administrator of the Federal Highway Administration. But first, I must speak on the historic delay and obstruction that my Democrat colleagues have put towards President Trump's nominees. So far this Congress, Democrats have not let one single civilian nominee pass by unanimous consent or by voice vote. By this point in the Biden presidency, 76 civilian nominees had been confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent. This is truly an unprecedented moment in this chamber's history. For years, we have operated under courtesy and precedent to move swiftly to a portion of the president's nominees who have bipartisan support. For example, 90% of President Obama and President George W. Bush's civilian nominees were passed by voice vote or unanimous consent. And even in President Trump's first administration and the Biden administration, more than half of their civilian nominees were confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent. Now, though, we have blanket obstruction, regardless of the qualifications or bipartisan support some nominees have. So as a result, President Trump's second-term civilian nominees have been subject to 120 cloture votes. Well, if somebody watching from West Virginia might not know what that means obstruction, time delay, and inability to get nominees through. That's 29% more than the total of all the cloture votes for nominees in the first 200 days of the Obama, Trump, and Biden administration combined. So procedural hurdles have led to these nominees averaging 94 days between nomination and confirmation in the first 200 days of President Trump's second term. That's 24 days longer than President Biden's nominees, 40 days longer than the nominees in President Trump's first term, and 53 days longer than President Obama's first term nominees. Regardless the reason for obstruction, our Democrat colleagues have been refusing to place well-qualified nominees in agencies where they can be responsive to all in Congress and help administer programs with congressional oversight and accountability is short-sighted and counterproductive. So I would like to take a moment and speak about two well-qualified nominees I mentioned that have passed out of my EPW committee with bipartisan support, but have been waiting for months, literally, for consideration on the Senate floor because of dilatory tactics. First is Jess Kramer. She's the nominee for the Office of Water at the Environmental Protection Agency. Jess has 13 years of experience advocating for clean water at both the state and federal level, as well as in the private sector, and is exceptionally qualified to lead EPA's Office of Water. Jess was voted out of the EPW committee with a bipartisan vote of 15-4 in April. That was 148 days ago. She has built a career crafting practical bipartisan solutions to improve water policy and ensure that communities have access to safe and reliable drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. During Jess's time working for me on my EPW committee staff, she played a role in shaping the water provisions in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, securing historic investments to modernize drinking water and wastewater systems, remove lead service lines, and to address emerging contaminants. Beyond her experience on Capitol Hill, she has served in both state and federal roles, as well as in the private sector, advocating on behalf of water systems to ensure continued infrastructure investments and smart, achievable regulations. She understands that environmental protection and economic growth can go hand in hand, and she knows how to ensure regulations are clear, fair, and based on science. Jess is exactly the serious civil servant all senators and the American people should want in place now. So I would ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar Number 89, Jessica Kramer, to be an Assistant Administrator of the EPA, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Rhode Island.
reserving the right to object. On April 9th, I voted for Ms. Kramer in the Environment and Public Works Committee. Since then, the EPA has devolved into a cesspool of fossil fuel corruption. As ranking member of EPW, in my constitutional oversight capacity, I have sent 12 oversight letters to EPA asking for documents and communications, as is my duty and my right. Also, several QFRs. As of July, when we went through the closing nominations exercise, I'd received substantive responses to precisely 0 of those 12 letters. So, prior to that August recess, we explored a deal to include Ms. Kramer in the noms package for pre-August recess action if we could get the substantive oversight responses we were due on four of the 12 topics. These were EPA's grants freeze, Administrator Zeldin's false statements about the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, EPA's plans to rescind the endangerment finding, and EPA undoing the greenhouse gas reporting program at industry request. I actually consider that to be a minor ask, because it is the administrator's constitutional duty to answer honestly to congressional oversight. Plus, he'd made a promise to the chairman and to the committee at his confirmation to be responsive. Nevertheless, EPA was not willing to provide responses to these questions. I will emphasize this was EPA's decision, not Chair Capito's decision. She is blameless in this. It is EPA that is stonewalling congressional oversight. So that is where we are. We actually just received QFR responses from Administrator Zeldin, which persist in unresponsive and unprofessional non-answers and no provision of documents. In fact, prevarication, insult, and invective have characterized the so-called responses. I say to my colleagues and to the distinguished EPW chair, I don't think it's a big ask that executive branch agencies take congressional oversight seriously. I believe that if former EPA Administrator Regan had ever responded to Senator Capito as EPW ranking member in such a manner, or frankly to any other member of the committee, then Chairman Carper would have hit the roof. To me, EPA is augmenting its corrupt favoritism for fossil fuel polluters with an unconstitutional rejection of congressional oversight, perhaps because there is, in fact, much to hide. Again, honest agency answers to a ranking member ought not to be a big ask. It ought to be the ordinary course of business. A reasonable and good faith effort to comply should be expected. We asked for answers to 4 of 12 letters. There's an easy answer here, that EPA follows the law and the Constitution and the administrator's own promises. But failing that, since EPA won't, I regretfully must object.
The objection is heard.
I thank the ranking member. I don't thank him for his objection, but I thank him for weighing in here today and working well on the committee. I do think that somebody as talented as Ms. Kramer would make the EPA run not much more smoothly, but also she is such a professional. But I don't think we're disputing the qualifications of the nominee. So I will next like to turn to Sean McMaster, the nominee for the administrator of the Federal Highway Administration within the U.S. Department of Transportation. Mr. McMaster was again voted out of the EPW committee in a bipartisan manner. The vote was 12-7 in June. He has more than 10 years of government service working in the United States House of Representatives and at federal agencies, including the U.S. Department of Transportation. For the last 5 years, Mr. McMaster has worked for 2 private sector transportation companies, first serving as a national practice consultant and vice president at HNTB, and most recently as the vice president for commercial aviation and transportation at the Boeing Company. Mr. McMaster's professional background, both in the public and private sectors related to transportation policy and implementation, makes him especially well suited to lead the Federal Highway Administration. The Environmental and Public Works Committee is now hard at work developing the next surface transportation bill. This is a major undertaking. We have received hundreds of requests from senators on both sides of the aisle regarding this legislation. My goal as the chair is to mark up a bipartisan reauthorization bill in the EPW committee later this year as a step towards having the bill signed into law by next September, when the previous bill will lapse at the end of September 26. Our committee works closely with the Federal Highways Administration in the reauthorization process. FHWA provides valuable technical assistance in making sure that the policy provisions that we all come up with achieve the congressional objectives, but also are within the parameters of the department. Having a Senate-confirmed FHWA administrator is important to facilitate that cooperation between the committee and the administration. This will help address implementation issues during the bill development process. And I believe that our bipartisan reauthorization process would benefit greatly from Sean McMaster's confirmation. So with that, I would ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar Number 177, Sean McMaster to be Administrator of the Federal Highways Administration. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately informed of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Reserving the right to object. I voted for Mr. McMaster in committee. Indeed, I pushed for his inclusion in a nominations package before the August recess, and I succeeded. He was included for confirmation at that time in that package. I had asked DOT to release its new National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program guidance, and to do so timely as consideration for supporting Mr. McMaster's inclusion in that nominations package. But then what happened? President Trump did not agree to the package. Indeed, he rejected it, adding, for good measure, an all-caps blast at the Democratic leader that he should go to hell. And so Mr. McMaster did not get confirmed, even though he was in the package, because of President Trump losing his temper and objecting to the whole package. DOT nonetheless has released the NEVI guidance, and it is very workable for states. For that, I am thankful, and I would like to support Mr. McMaster. Unfortunately, last Friday, DOT announced without warning that it was terminating nearly $700 million in grant funding for 12 port projects, including an $11.25 million grant to the Port of Davisville in my home state of Rhode Island. I got no prior call or explanation from DOT, just boom. Friday. The chairman has been kind enough to raise this matter with Secretary Duffy, and I would like to sort out how this new obstacle thrown up Friday by DOT will be resolved. It's a bit soon after that unexpected punch in the face to want to resolve a nomination that's only still pending and not confirmed because of President Trump's objection. I'd like to work with the chairman on a date to come to the floor in support of a unanimous consent for this individual. Indeed, I'd be happy to do the same thing for Ms. Kramer, because I would like to get these issues resolved. But the port hit was an unexpected and, in my view, unjustified blow. So for the moment, while I try to understand that, with the chairman's gracious help, I must object. And if I may, I would add that there was a third candidate involved in these conversations, Mr. Tella, who was also, for an Army Corps position, who was also primed to be on that nominations list with my support. Senator Haggerty, whose chief of staff he had been, made the prudent decision to put him onto the voting list and get his nomination considered on the floor that evening and get him voted through before President Trump exploded the package. So I just want to make a record of the fact that we were ready to support Mr. Tella as well, even before that vote was called to the floor. With that, I yield back and renew my objection.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, I just would like to address just briefly something Senator Whitehouse has said by tossing all of the blame to the fact that we have no unanimous consent and no voice vote candidates under President Trump, when the control of that is squarely within the Democrat leader, Senator Schumer of New York. We know, if you look at the chart that's been made, we know the numbers that were done under the Biden administration, under Trump 1, under Obama, under Bush, Clinton, and when you get down to the end of the chart, dip, big zero for President Trump. So with that, I think we're in a place where we need to make adjustments here. I think that's what we're looking at. But I agree with Senator Whitehouse, and these are critical appointments, as many of them are. I'm glad that Mr. Tell was able to make it through at the very end. He's already had a visit to West Virginia, and he's going to do a great job. So with that, I'll yield back my time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
I would just like to offer one set of figures into the record in the hopes that it helps clarify things. My office tells me that Trump nominations that have been confirmed in the Senate as of September 3rd, number 135. President Biden's nominations confirmed as of that same date in his first months, September 3rd of 2021, was 150. Not counting judicial nominations, Biden has 141 and Trump has 130. So the numbers are actually fairly close in terms of the outcome, although the processes have been different. But again, I want to reemphasize my desire to work with the chairman to get these cleared. I voted for all three, and I'd like to support them as soon as we can get what seem to me to be fairly elementary problems resolved. Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Mr. President, last month I traveled up and down my state to speak directly with Nevadans about how Washington Republicans, how their devastating cuts to Medicaid are going to hurt our communities. From the University Medical Center in Las Vegas to Northern Nevada Hopes in Reno, I heard firsthand from medical providers about how worried they are about the cuts being made to their funding by the Republican budget law. According to a report, Nevada hospitals are set to lose up to $500 million from the Republican, quote, big, beautiful bill. It's a time when our state is already facing a dire shortage of doctors and nurses. We're going to lose up to $500 million because of Washington Republicans' irresponsible bill. And remember, Washington Republicans did this so they could pay for even more tax breaks for billionaires. In Las Vegas, I met with doctors and leaders at the only Level 1 trauma center in the entire state of Nevada. Our conversation made it clear. These Medicaid cuts will be devastating for the hospital's finances, and they'll make patients less likely to seek preventative care and often waiting until it is too late. This will strain our hospital's resources even more and could have terrible consequences for individuals and their families. There's a similar story in Reno, where I visited the Northern Nevada Hopes, a nonprofit community health center that serves families in need. The staff there painted a harrowing picture. When Medicaid is cut and people don't have access to health insurance, what do? They delay care. Minor conditions become severe. Emergency rooms overflow, and the financial and human cost escalates. And as their CEO, Sharon Chamberlain, said, and I'm going to quote her, "This is not a budget issue. It's a public health emergency." And let's be clear, no amount of innovation, no amount of efficiency can fully offset the damage caused by policies that strip coverage of those who need it the most, end quote. Mr. President, these are not abstract worries. They reflect real fear and an urgent concern from families, medical staff, and local leaders. And what's worse, these stories aren't unique to Nevada. The looming crisis is going to hurt communities all across this country. Republicans, time after time, put politics and tax cuts for billionaires over people's health, over communities' health. And make no mistake, Mr. President, people will die because of the Republican cuts. And it really doesn't have to be this way. I've joined my Democratic colleagues in helping to introduce a bill to overturn the cruel Republican Medicaid cuts and protect Nevadans, Nevada families, Nevada's children, everyone, to protect their access to health care. Our hospitals and community clinics, the people on the front lines of our health care system, they work so hard, they care so much, and they are sounding the wake-up call. It's not just their fight, it's our fight. So let's pass this bill and repeal the damage being done to our health care system before it is too late. The health of Nevada families are on the line. The time to act is now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President,
Senator from Nevada.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Illinois.
I'd like the unanimous consent for the roll call be vitiated.
Without objection. The clerk report the motion and vote cloture. On the previous order,
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Maria A. Lanahan of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri, signed by 17 senators.
under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Maria A. Lanahan of Missouri to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Missouri shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford,
go home and
Mr.
land this plane.
Lee.
And then I was like, and then it was not until I was like, then you can go home and land this plane.
Mr. Lujan. Ms.
That
Lummis.
doesn't apply to most people.
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Kramer, Grassley, Hoven, Lankford, Lee, Mullen, Ricketts, Schmidt, Sheehy, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Murray, Peters, Rosen, Slotkin, Welch, Whitehouse. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye.
Part of his shtick.
Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. And I'm Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina,
Okay.
aye.
Most people aren't having to see me, so I'm totally fine with that. People up in the gallery are like, ugh. Thanks, Emma.
Mrs. Shaheen,
It is.
no. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff.
Okay.
No. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. No. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane. No. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. President, can we have order, please?
Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in a few moments, Senate Republicans will vote to advance another Donald Trump loyalist to the federal bench, Edward Arteo in the Southern District of Florida. Mr. Arteo's nomination is a textbook example of a quid pro quo, if there ever was one. Listen to this. While Arteo was actively lobbying the White House for a federal judgeship in the aftermath of Donald Trump's election last year, while he was begging Donald Trump for a nomination to the bench, while he was meeting with Republican senators to angle for their recommendation, he was at the same time part of a panel of Florida state judges hearing Donald Trump's defamation case against the Pulitzer Prize Board earlier this February. Did Mr. Arteo do the right thing and recuse himself from the case? Of course not. Did he inform anyone about this potential conflict of interest? Of course not. Instead, Arteo stayed on the case and, surprise, surprise, ruled in favor of Donald Trump. That's no coincidence. That's no accident. That is Donald Trump rigging our courts with his loyalists. Donald Trump gave Arteo the chance to prove his fealty to him. Arteo eagerly obliged, and Donald Trump rewarded him with a nomination for a federal judgeship. This nomination is just another example of Donald Trump making a total mockery of our federal judiciary. And it proves the point that the only thing Trump cares about when it comes to judges is unyielding fealty to him, and why we need to vote on these judges and be able to speak about these judges, because there is so much bad stuff and corruption going on. I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Edward L. Arteo of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Edward L. Arteo of Florida to the United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis,
Hyde-Smith, no.
Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, and Sullivan. Mr. Lee, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Murray, Ossoff, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Warnock, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Edward L. Arto of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District.
Under this order, the Senate will resume legislative session and resume consideration of the motion to proceed to S. 2296, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 115, S2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and for other purposes. Is there
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my defense fellow, Joshua Creddick, be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the calendar year.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today with my colleague, Senator Smith, because once again our state is in mourning. After a painful summer where we lost Leader Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in a horrific act of violence, we were once again shaken to our core by a deadly mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. It happened during the first Mass of the year, an exciting time for so many students back to school, meeting their new teacher, seeing new students, right in the middle of that Mass. 2 children, Fletcher Merkel and Harper Moisky, were murdered. We mourn for their lost lives, their families, the 21 people injured, including 18 children, ages 6 to 15. I think about the teachers and clergy who never imagined having to instruct children to duck under church pews to save their lives, and all the kids who were forced to grow up way too quickly. They will never forget that morning. On the day of the shooting, literally within an hour of the shooting, I found out that one of my former employees who worked in this building, who I'm very close to, Kate Nyland, she had 3 kids in that church this morning. She long left Washington, got married, had these 3 children, 2 of them twins, and they were all 3 in that church. Her daughter, Cora, who's in middle school, saw 2 of her best friends get shot, one in the stomach, one in the neck. And she had to run out of that church when they could get to safety and told one of their dads that his daughter had been shot. We have since heard about a teacher who got a kid out of a wheelchair, a child with disabilities, put him under the pew, and then shielded him with her own body. We've heard the words of a young child who was saved because his friend laid on top of him and got shot in the back. We heard the stories of the police officers who ran toward and not away from danger, and save lives. And we have heard the stories of the medics and the first responders and the doctors and the nurses in the operating rooms that somehow were able to save all those other lives. At 2 fine hospitals, at Hennepin County Medical Center, as well as at Children's Hospital in Minneapolis, and I'm sure several others. You know, it is such a close-knit neighborhood that surrounds this beautiful church. Annunciation is a church on a hill, but it's not a church alone on a hill. It is a church that's attached to a school, and it's a church and a school that are right next to houses, literally a few yards away. And then next to the houses are more houses. And then next to the houses are a shop. And then next to that is a restaurant. And then next to that is another big high school. And then next to that are more houses. So many houses filled with families who on that day, Wednesday, August 27th, had to tell their own kids the horror of what happened in every single one of those houses. You can't hide from this, as much as you want to shield your kids from these kinds of stories. But when they're 6-year-olds that are in the mass shooting, that are in the church, who are the neighbors and friends of the kids in the other houses, every parent had to tell their kids about it. This church, this school, these people of faith, these neighbors, they've all been incredibly strong. And even on this horrific day, I saw hours after the shooting, neighbors sitting out on their lawn chairs with food for each other, neighbors hugging people they knew and hugging perfect strangers whose lives had been just turned upside down. But most of all, I've been thinking about that little 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, 10-year-old Harper Moisky, and their families whose lives were taken that day. And I'm going to start by talking a little bit about them. Fletcher was just starting 3rd grade. He loved his family, his friends. He loved fishing and cooking, and in his dad's words, any sport that he was allowed to play. His dad also said that Fletcher was on his way to becoming a wonderful young man. In light of his family's tragedy, the family has urged people to wear bright colors to his funeral this Sunday to honor his memory. And he asked all parents to give their kids an extra hug. Harper Moisky, the other child we lost, had just begun 5th grade. Her parents described her as a bright, joyful, and deeply loved 10-year-old whose laughter, kindness, and spirit touched everyone who knew her. She was adored by her little sister. Like so many girls her age, she would have sleepovers with her friends. They would stay up late watching movies and doing each other's makeup. So I met that family just 10 hours after they lost Harper. They joined thousands of people at the Academy of Holy Angels nearby because they didn't want to be alone. They wanted to be with people from their community, whether they knew them or not. They were there to hear from the Archbishop. They were there to hear words of comfort. And I met Harper's little sister sitting quietly on her mom's lap, holding a teddy bear, knowing her life would never be the same. Harper's family was clear that they want to see us take action. In her parents' words, change is possible and it is necessary so that Harper's story does not become yet another in a long line of tragedies. Change is possible, but it takes courage. And that courage isn't supposed to come from parents in mourning or from defenseless kids in mass in the first week of school. 6th graders should not have to protect 1st graders. You know, I'll never forget meeting several of the Sandy Hook parents in 2013, and I've shared the story with some of the parents at Annunciation. It was the day that we had the vote on the bipartisan background check bill. I remember Joe Manchin was trying to get that done. It was a strongly bipartisan bill. It was one of my worst days in the Senate because they were in my office, and I had to call Joe to get the latest because he was trying to get the bill done and tell the families that we weren't going to be able to get it passed, that we were just missing a few votes. And I remember that day because one of the moms in my office described how her son had severe disabilities, and he had a school aide that would be with him all the time. And every day before he went to school, he would point at the picture of the school aide that was on their refrigerator because he loved her. And he did that day. So she told me that was the last time she saw her son. He's autistic, loved that aide, loved his family. And hours later, she sat with other parents in the firehouse in Connecticut, waiting as one by one kids would come in and their families would cry and grab them and hug them and whisk them away. And pretty soon, the families left in that firehouse knew that they were the ones left. They knew they would never see their babies again. And that mom sat there in that firehouse thinking, and the dad, and they thought about the fact that whatever happened to their child, which they now knew he was dead, it would happen to the school aide too. And when they found them, she had her arms around him in a closet. They were both shot dead. And those families asked me that day in my office, how come we have the courage to come here to advocate for background checks for something that wouldn't have even saved our babies? Because in this case, as you recall, the guns were in the household that the parents had got. But we advocated for the background checks and closing the loophole because we believe that it would save lives of other people's babies. And we believed it was the most likely thing that could pass. And we believed that despite some of us wanting an assault weapon ban or other things, that this was the smartest thing we could do. And the people in this place didn't have the courage to stand up like we did for other people's kids. We can never give up because it is impossible to believe when you look at what happens in other countries that still have legal guns and still allow for hunting. You know that we can be better. You know we can do better. You know that guns should not get into the hands of the people that have been doing these shootings. In 2018, after another horrific shooting, I worked across the aisle with Senator Hatch of Utah to pass a law which has provided over $400 million to support prevention programs to keep schools safe. We tried our best, but it's clearly not enough. In 2022, after our nation was rocked by mass shootings in Buffalo and at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, we passed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, led by Senators Murphy and Cornyn, negotiated with a group of senators. It was an important first step in keeping our kids safe, providing more than $2 billion for things like school-based mental health services, violence prevention efforts. It kept hundreds of firearms out of the hands of some people that shouldn't have them. And it also included my legislation to close the boyfriend loophole and keep convicted domestic abusers from buying a gun. But it was just a first step. As this tragedy at Annunciation Catholic Church makes clear, there is still so much more that must be done. We cannot rest when gun violence remains the leading cause of deaths of kids and teenagers. We cannot rest when there have been over 90 school shootings in this country in 2025 alone. Congress needs to act with the courage and urgency this moment demands and pass common sense gun violence prevention laws that will save lives. I come from a state with a time-honored tradition of hunting and fishing, like so many senators in this chamber. When I consider gun violence prevention measures in the past, I would always ask myself, do these reforms in any way hurt my Uncle Dick and his deer stand? My answer was always no. The shooter in Minneapolis used an AR-15 style weapon to fire nearly 120 of his shots. You don't have to have an assault weapon in a deer stand, but that's what he used that day in that church. So that is why a majority of Americans, including many Republicans, support an assault weapons ban. We also need to expand background checks, which over 80% of Americans support, and they're messy, they take too long. I think there's a lot more we could do with the information that we have available to us online right now. Give me a break. We can't figure out that some of these people that have bought these guns, that have been involved in mass shootings, shouldn't have these guns. In today's world, with all this stuff online, we're not able to put the resources into figuring that out, how do you tell that to the parents of that 8-year-old and 10-year-old? How do you tell it to the parents of the kids that are still in the hospital right now, barely holding on to their lives? We should close dangerous loopholes to keep guns away from the people who we all know shouldn't have them. We need to ban ghost guns and bump stocks and high-capacity magazines. It's never one size fits all. Each shooting is a little different. But if we just took these common-sense measures, which would set us back on hunting or legal gun ownership, we would make a difference. And we must restore full funding for the ATF, the agency that enforces many of our nation's gun laws and plays a huge role in tracing crime guns. The administration cut its budget by more than $400 million and rolled back critical gun violence prevention programs across the Justice Department. So I'm not saying every one of these things would have prevented what happened in one shooting or the other, but I do know, especially when I look back at Uvalde and the Buffalo shooting and the dad that was just simply going to get a birthday cake, never came back from the grocery store. I do know that some of these things on assault weapons or age limits or doing something when it comes to closing loopholes of who should be able to get these guns, they would have saved a whole bunch of lives if we got that done. This week, Senator Smith and I and our entire Minnesota delegation, Democrats and Republicans, put forward a resolution to honor the victims and survivors of the mass shooting. The resolution condemns the violence and commends the bravery and service of law enforcement, first responders, medical caregivers, school and church staff, and community members who acted swiftly to protect and help others. No one should have to fear this threat of gun violence. And I'm glad we came together across party lines to put that resolution forward, from our most liberal members over in the House to our most conservative. But we have to do more. In the wake of this senseless tragedy, the Archbishop of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Archbishop Hebda, shared something that struck with me. He said, we have to recognize that it's through prayer, but also through the prayer of the feet, through action, that we can indeed make a difference. That has to be the source of hope. And he read a letter from Pope Leo, who said, we must stop the pandemic of arms which infects our world. And the Pope prayed that we might fulfill the prophecy of Isaiah. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. There are things we can do here. There's things that would make a difference, and we all know that. It's just going to take the courage of those little 6th graders that laid on top of 1st graders, or the teacher that took the kid with disabilities out of the wheelchair and laid on top of them. That's real courage. We just have to have a little political courage to get this done. So let's honor the lives of these precious kids we lost by taking action to stop senseless acts of gun violence, by praying, yes, but also praying for action. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I stand before this body trying to make sense of the terrible shooting at Annunciation Catholic School, just a couple of miles from where Archie and I live in Minneapolis, and I can't. I can't make it make sense. You know, I know this neighborhood really well. I've lived in and around it for many, many years, and I also know Annunciation School. Mr. President, Annunciation School is one of those places where, whether your kids go there or not, it's 2 degrees of separation from everybody that you would know. If it's not your child, it's someone that you know, their niece, their nephew, their grandchild, their child. And here in Annunciation Catholic School, on a fall morning, sweet children were gunned down when they went to Mass to celebrate the beginning of the school year. And their sense of peace and safety were shattered like the church windows that the bullets flew through.
Fletcher Merkel was 8 years old. His dad said that Fletcher had an infectious smile and he danced with every touchdown he scored in flag football. And he loved his family and his friends, and he loved fishing and cooking. Harper Moisky was 10. Her parents say that she was a bright, joyful, and deeply loved child whose laughter and kindness and spirit touched everyone who knew her. There were 21 others shot that morning. There's a 12-year-old little girl in critical condition. Her mother, who's a pediatric nurse at the ICU in Hennepin County Medical Center, she rushed to the hospital when she heard that there was a shooting, only to find her own daughter in the emergency room. Another supervising nurse there rushed to the ER to help, even though it wasn't her shift. And what she did, she found a little girl who was so scared and so terrified that she climbed into the CT scan with that little girl to stroke her hair and hold her hand so that she would not have to be alone. There's another little girl whose dad is a gym teacher at Annunciation, and she is still in the hospital recovering from surgery yesterday, but she seems to be moving in the right direction. And she was hurt by while she was shielding her little buddy, which is what she calls a therapy dog. A 5th grader recounted how after the shooting he was worried that he had gotten some gunpowder on his neck, and it turned out that he had been hit by a bullet fragment that lodged so close to his artery that he needed to have surgery to remove it. So he had dived under a pew, and a friend of his had crawled on top of him to protect him from the gunfire, and that friend was shot in the back. So here we are. Incredible bravery from these kiddos and their families, heroic efforts of the teachers and first responders and law enforcement, and also of the doctors and nurses in the emergency rooms who saved their lives. And we have all of these feelings of grief, of rage, of frustration, I think even confusion. You know, these school shootings are searingly personal to people. And also, they're often so public, and they are not uncommon. Just in Minnesota, we remember the 2 students that were killed at Rocori High School in Cold Spring, Minnesota. And we remember the 9 students and 7 injured at Red Lake Senior High School on the Red Lake Nation. And we ask ourselves all the time when this happens, how can this happen? How do we let this keep on happening? We are, thrust into this tragic cycle of collective grief and frustration and anger, and our hearts are broken for the families and the loved ones whose lives and sense of security and safety have been stolen, and our voices call out for change to end this scourge of gun violence, and our anger and frustration grows when people feel like their voices are being ignored. And I am angry because we keep choosing to protect the interests of this big gun lobby rather than the lives of our little babies. And we can do better than this. Only in this country do we see this toxic mix of hatred and guns cost so many lives. There are over 400 million guns in this country, more guns than people. The shooter in Minneapolis was able to buy these guns that they had legally and then fire all these rounds into a church sanctuary from a rifle that was designed not for hunting, not for self-defense, but for killing people. Now, Mr. President, I have been in the Senate now for nearly 8 years, and I'm a realist, and I know how this goes. The hopes and the prayers, and then the moving on, and I know how this goes. But I'm also an optimist, and I believe that if we don't try, nothing will ever change. And so I ask this body to listen to the words of people, not political people, who are pleading for change, who are asking us to pray by moving our feet and to take action. As my dear colleague, Senator Klobuchar said, Pope Leo asked this past weekend for us to plead to God to stop the pandemic of arms, large and small, which infects our world. Annunciation Principal Matt DeBoer said this. He said, "We can't change the past, but we can do something about the future." There's an African proverb, Principal DeBoer said, that goes, "When you pray, move your feet." So I beg you, he continued, I ask you to please pray, but don't stop with your words. Let's make a difference and support this community and these children and these families and teachers. And never again can we let this happen. A Minneapolis student wrote an opinion piece for our newspaper, the Star Tribune, and they said, "Do not offer thoughts and prayers as you systematically enable these tragedies. Do not claim prayers are sufficient. When children die as they pray, do not pretend you do not understand." Sam Hassler has a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old children who were at Annunciation, and this is what he said. "I'm heartbroken this happened, that the third day of school was marred by something my kids may carry forever, even though they weren't physically harmed. That the joy of a new school year gave way to fear almost instantly. I'm sad knowing this will happen again, in another school, in another town, and we'll do it all again. The GoFundMes, the social posts, the trauma interviews." Sam continued, "It always comes back to the guns. We are not the only country with mental illness or social media or divided politics, but we are the only one where this happens again and again. And we shrug and we stall because regulating weapons of war is somehow off the table. If the right to own these guns matters more than children's right to live, then say that out loud." That's what this father said. "Let the rest of us decide how to live in a country like that. For me, though, that is not okay. It is not normal." Harper Moisky's grieving parents said, "While our immediate focus is on Harper and our family's healing, we also believe it is important that her memory fuels action. No family should ever have to endure this kind of pain. We urge our leaders and communities to take meaningful steps to address gun violence and the mental health crisis in this country. Change is possible, and it is necessary, so that Harper's story does not become yet another in a long line of tragedies." These are the words of people who have lived through this tragedy. Colleagues, this body has shown that we can take steps to keep our children safer. After the tragedy in Uvalde, my colleague Chris Murphy and Republicans joined together to write the Safer Communities Act, which invested billions of dollars to help Americans, and especially young people, get the mental health support that they need. And it took important, meaningful steps to make it harder for dangerous people to get guns. More work to do, but we showed that we could make progress. Today, I plead with my Republican colleagues to stand up to this administration as it is refusing to fund those local violence prevention initiatives, those grants that we funded in a bipartisan way through the Safer Communities Act. We should undo the cuts to Medicaid that just got pushed through with the big, beautiful bill, and it's the #1 source of insurance for people who are seeking mental health care in this country. We should condemn the Secretary of Health and Human Services when he says with no basis that somehow antidepressants cause school shootings. And then we should come together and negotiate in a meaningful way to keep assault weapons like the ones that killed and injured the students of Annunciation Catholic School out of the hands of dangerous people. Now, we know there is no one answer to this terrible scourge of gun violence that is killing our children. There is no one thing that we can do to change the shameful statistic that the #1 cause of death for children in this country are firearms. But because there's no one answer doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. We have to try. And so to any Minnesota children, especially those who go to Annunciation School, that are listening right now, I just want to say to you this. Your community loves you, your family loves you, and we're going to do everything we can to keep you safe. I am in awe of your resilience, but you should never have to go through what you've been through this last week. I am so sorry that the adults have not done enough to keep you safe, and we need to do better. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I rise today to request unanimous consent to pass a bill I introduced with Senator Ron Wyden, the ranking member of the Senate Finance Committee. Our bill, the Repealing the Trump Sick Tax Act, that would repeal provisions of the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act, including a provision that excludes certain pharmaceutical drugs from the Medicare drug price negotiation program. It's a provision that hurts seniors, particularly people with cancer, particularly, and helps pharmaceutical companies evade the responsibility to bring to heel their high-price prescription drugs. Our bill would also repeal the provisions of the reconciliation bill that would force Medicaid enrollees to pay out-of-pocket fees every time they need to see a provider. That is nothing more than a tax on patients, and it must be reversed. You know, Mr. President, just this morning, with Senator Crapo and the Senate Finance Committee, we had the opportunity to interview, demand answers, engage with Secretary Kennedy. And over the course of that hearing and in prior hearings, one of the points that Secretary Kennedy tried to make was that members of the Senate, particularly Democrats, and he accused Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Michael Bennet, of being pharma shills. Yet Secretary Kennedy and President Trump have championed a bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, so-called, that literally is a $5 billion bailout for pharma by allowing them to get out of or delay indefinitely and maybe forever the obligation to negotiate fair prices. Let me give an example. Keytruda is a major cancer drug. It's been on the market since 2014. It cost between $150,000 and $170,000 per patient annually. So just think about that. You have cancer, you need this drug. I'm glad it's there, but who can afford that kind of money? And by the way, if it's paid for by Medicare or Medicaid, that means the taxpayers are paying this. It's not sustainable. It's not necessary. And as President Trump has often said, we pay the highest prices in the United States, even when it's us, the United States, that actually backs a lot of the research that goes into creating these drugs. We were making progress on price negotiation to have us achieve a goal of making our prescription drug prices come down, make them more affordable, and not have the U.S. taxpayer, the U.S. employer, and the U.S. families pay the most in the world. It's just not right. The One Big Beautiful Bill also included provisions that would delay the Trump administration from using Medicare drug price negotiations to lower the price of Keytruda. That's wrong. That is wrong. There's nothing beautiful about it except that it maintains a big fat profit. Our bill would also repeal this part of the bill and allow the Trump administration to negotiate a lower price for cancer patients. and I sincerely hope my colleagues will join me in helping pass this bill. Secretary Kennedy and President Trump said that their party wants to lower the price of drugs. I want to do that, and this bill would help us do that. In my goal, we should pass this with unanimous consent. And therefore, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-2447, repealing the Trump Sick Tax Act, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, the proposal that is sought to be adopted by unanimous consent on the floor today, which means bypassing the Committee of Jurisdiction so that the Committee of Jurisdiction doesn't have the opportunity to work on the bill, is framed in the discussion today as an effort to try to reduce drug pricing. There's no disagreement between Republicans and Democrats on whether we need to reduce the cost of drugs in the United States, and both parties are working on doing it in their own way. The battle here is over government price fixing, and that's something that most of those on our side have resisted for a long time, and that's something that is being pursued in the request in this legislation. The solution is not to have the government take over yet another part of our economy. The solution is to work on market-based solutions like those we are working on. But there's another part of this bill that is being proposed on the floor today that just makes it even doubly objectionable. And that is, this bill has a price tag, and to pay for it, there are provisions in this bill that deal with provisions that repeal provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill that helped to start reforming our entitlement system. Over the past 2 decades, Medicaid spending has ballooned by over 200%, risking the program's financial sustainability for those who need it the most. This last July, Congress passed some common sense Medicaid reforms. The first time any Congress of the United States has ever sought to do some serious, meaningful entitlement reform, which is the real cause of the debt and the deficit that we face. What we did there was to reduce wasteful and unnecessary spending and to remove disincentives to work. One of those specific reforms required some able-bodied adults, and I mean able-bodied adults who are at least over 100% of the poverty level, to require able-bodied adults to pay a small copay, $35, if they seek medical care under Medicaid. Asking certain Medicaid beneficiaries who have the resources to be able to do it and who are able-bodied adults, who are not disabled, who are not children, and who do not even have to care for children in their home, many of them, to pay a very small minimal amount, not only reduces unnecessary health care utilization but it removes a benefit cliff that discourages them from earning higher wages and moving out of poverty. These are those kinds of solutions that I was talking about before that are based on work and markets and free economies rather than on government price fixing and government mandates. Unfortunately, the bill before us today eliminates this important reform and increases unnecessary spending by over $7 billion. More concerning, the bill also repeals a bipartisan policy supported by over 30 patient advocacy groups to spur investment into life-saving cures for patients with rare diseases. This policy offers hope to the 95% of Americans living with a rare disease who lack an approved treatment. The Finance Committee has a deep history of bipartisan efforts to bolster patient access to care, and to properly align market incentives to strengthen our federal health care system. Today's bill falls short of those objectives, but I look forward to working with my colleagues on these types of issues and other priorities to achieve these goals. This bill should be reviewed by the Finance Committee, and I commit that we'll continue to work on proper, meaningful entitlement reform and health care improvement across the United States. For those reasons, I object.
The objection is heard. Without objection. Question on the motion to proceed.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McCormick, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Cassidy, Collins, Crapo, Gallego, Grassley, Hoeven, Kennedy, King, Moran, Murkowski, Rounds, Sheehy, Tuberville, Warner. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Markey, Smith, Welch, Wyden. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand,
I have to move faster.
aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
I'm about to leave, so don't worry about it. You can switch. When Josh comes up, you can just get him a water, but thank you.
Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Padilla, no.
You mean the sub and one more?
Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Booker, No. Mrs. Brett. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Barrasso. Aye. Mr. Langford. Aye. Mr. Bennett. No. Mr. Bennett, aye. Nice. Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
On this, the yeas are 83, the nays are 13. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 115S2296, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and for other purposes.
I recognize the senator from Mississippi.
I call up the Wicker-Reed Substitute Amendment 3748 as modified and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Mississippi, Mr. Wicker, proposes an amendment number 3748 as modified.
And then, Mr. President, I call up Amendment 3427 to Senate Amendment 3748 as modified and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Mississippi, Mr. Wicker, for Ms. Ernst, proposes an amendment number 3427 to amendment number 3748.
Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I recently returned from an official trip to the Indo-Pacific.
The Senate's in a quorum call. Sorry.
I would ask that the quorum call be vitiated, please.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I recently returned from an official trip to the Indo-Pacific where I visited U.S. military installations in Hawaii and Guam and met with leaders in Palau, the Philippines, and Taiwan. That trip underscored a simple reality. We are living in a time of global unrest, and maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific is vital to the security of both the United States and our partners. On the final leg of the trip, I met with Taiwanese officials and saw firsthand how we can strengthen U.S. posture and deepen collaboration in the region. I was also struck by the warmth, hospitality, and the resilience of the Taiwanese people. For decades, our partnership with Taiwan has been anchored in democracy, in freedom, and in economic opportunity. Today, it is equally defined by innovation and resilience. A stronger Taiwan means a stronger United States, and vice versa. That is why both our nations must continue working deliberately and decisively to deepen cooperation. The payoff is clear: greater prosperity for our people and greater stability for the world. Taiwan has made remarkable progress in bolstering its self-defense in recent years. We should seize every opportunity to build on that momentum. At the same time, we must recognize the challenge before us. The Chinese Communist Party continues to threaten, pressure, and attempt to isolate Taiwan. These actions are unacceptable. The people of Taiwan have earned their place as a respected and indispensable part of the global economy. Here in the Senate, we understand the gravity of the challenge. The world is more dangerous today than at any point since World War II. And this moment demands seriousness and resolve. Taiwan is the test case for U.S. credibility in upholding a free and open rules-based order. If Taiwan were to fall under coercion, the consequences would reverberate far beyond the Taiwan Strait, shaking the confidence of our allies and emboldening adversaries worldwide. That is why integrated deterrence is essential. The world is safer when America leads. And it is not just Taiwan that feels pressure from China. The Philippines, one of America's treaty allies, is locked in a contentious territorial dispute with China. Beijing wrongly claims islands and shoals that have been internationally recognized as belonging to the Philippines. Yet Manila is standing its ground with remarkable courage, despite relentless Chinese pressure. And that deserves our deepest commendation. Our alliance with the Philippines is rooted in shared sacrifice. During World War II, U.S. and Filipino prisoners of war endured the horrors of the Bataan Death March, and together we fought to liberate the islands from Japanese occupation. General MacArthur's famous return symbolized the unbreakable bond between our peoples. That history of fighting shoulder to shoulder lives on today in our Mutual Defense Treaty, in Exercise Balikatan, the largest annual exercise that we conduct together. Balikatan means shoulder to shoulder, and that is exactly how we continue to stand. Just as the Philippines is a vital ally, so too is Palau, a uniquely valued partner. As a compact of free association state, our relationship with Palau goes beyond a traditional alliance. It is both economic and military. Palauan citizens can live, work, and study in the United States, while U.S. forces have access to Palauan territory under the ironclad guarantee of American defense. That partnership, it is strengthened by the fact that Palau has continued to maintain diplomatic ties with Taiwan, even under enormous pressure from Beijing. Palau is a small nation by landmass and by population, but its exclusive economic zone is vast, and its courage to stand up to one of the world's largest bullies, it should not be underestimated. And Mr. President, Palau is breathtakingly beautiful, truly one of the most stunning places on earth. When President Whipps visited Washington, he gave me a book filled with page after page of Palau's incredible landscapes. But beneath that beauty lies real strategic importance. Palau reminds us that size is not what determines strength. Conviction is. Guam, home to over 150,000 U.S. citizens, is central to our Indo-Pacific posture. Together with partners like the Philippines, Palau, and Taiwan, we are building a network of deterrence that keeps the peace and safeguards freedoms. It's clear that Taiwan's defense is not Taiwan's problem alone. Any conflict in the region would have devastating worldwide consequences. It would likely halt Taiwan's advanced semiconductor production, which our electronics, automotive, and healthcare industries rely on. Economically, a conflict would disrupt global trade routes, potentially triggering a global financial crisis, and it would escalate regional military tensions, risk broader conflict, and cyber attacks. A strong American presence in the region lowers the odds of conflict and reassures our allies that they will never face these threats in isolation. All of this is why we need wise investment from both Washington and Taipei. It requires strengthening our deterrence networks and ensuring that our forces are ready for the threats of tomorrow. I'm proud that the Senate Armed Services Committee has made this a top priority and that the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026 reflects that commitment. I look forward to voting for this must-pass legislation on the Senate floor and to vote on it very soon. That partnership between the United States and Taiwan is built on shared values and common purpose. It advances the security, prosperity, and freedom of our peoples. If we continue to invest in deterrence, I am confident that partnership will endure for generations. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today with a pretty simple message. Fire RFK Jr. This man is burning down our public health system from the inside. We have got to take his matches and his keys away, and we need to do it now. We need to make his latest attack on public health, firing a CDC director. Why? Because she stood up for science. The stakes are sky high. Our medical research, our public health, our pandemic preparedness, our food safety, RFK Jr. is putting all of that in jeopardy and putting communities across this country in danger. We cannot put our heads into the sand. We absolutely need a Secretary of Health and Human Services, not a Secretary of Conspiracies, not a Secretary of Measles and Food Poisoning, certainly not a Secretary of canceled research and chemtrail nonsense. It does not take a shred of imagination to see how dangerous RFK Jr.'s leadership has been. It just takes 2 eyes and 2 seconds, if that. I mean, one of the first things he did right off the bat was fan the flames of a measles outbreak by ignoring the science, peddling quack treatments, and spreading falsehoods about vaccines. The result, no surprise, was the largest measles outbreak we have seen in decades, one that tragically took the lives of 2 children. Did that spark one iota of reflection from RFK Jr.? Of course not. The largest measles outbreak since 1992, and do you know how RFK Jr. described the response this week? Effective. Effective? Are you kidding me? I shudder to think what it would take for a man like that to admit failure. We should all hope that we never find out. Instead of learning even a single lesson, all he has done now is double down on doing as much damage as possible. When it comes to vaccines, he has not only spouted off nonsense and falsehoods to families who are looking to him for reliable guidance, he fired every single member of CDC's Vaccine Advisory Board down to the very last one. And then he started replacing them with a who's who of anti-vax alarmists who have already started shaping federal policy to fit their anti-science conspiracies. And when the new CDC director, nominated by Trump, endorsed by RFK Jr. himself, confirmed by the Senate, dared to stand up and say, you know, I think we should follow the science instead of nonsense, RFK Jr. pushed to fire her too. This is unbelievable. Meanwhile, when it comes to medical research, he is tossing promising work and potential breakthroughs into the garbage. One example, mRNA research is on the cutting edge of medical innovation, not just for life-saving vaccines, by the way, but for life-saving cancer treatments. And you don't have to just take my word for it. President Trump's own health leaders champion mRNA research as groundbreaking scientific advancement. But with all the lives hanging in the balance, RFK Jr. pulled the plug on all federal funding for mRNA research. Now, not only is this a massive blow to our researchers and to our patients, but it is a massive win, by the way, for China, who just was been handed a huge opening to now take the lead on biomedical innovation. And mRNA technology isn't the only cancer research RFK Jr. has upended. He and Trump are cutting research grants across the board, across the country, and cutting patients off from clinical trials that were their last best chance at beating a deadly disease. They are now condemning some of these patients to death. They are killing their hope for a cure. And some of these patients are kids, children are children. Last month, in fact, the National Cancer Institute's Pediatric Brain Tumor Consortium stopped enrolling kids with brain cancer in clinical trials that could save their lives, all after Trump and RFK Jr. ended federal funding for that work. What do my colleagues want to say to those parents? I don't even know what there is to say. Yes, we can fight to restore funding. Yes, we will fight here to restore funding, especially as so many of Trump's cuts are, in fact, outright illegal. But we cannot restore from here lost time, invaluable time, for kids fighting an incredibly deadly disease. For some of them, it may be too late, and that is heartbreaking. And it is a direct result of RFK Jr.'s disastrous leadership at HHS. To my colleagues, sorry does not cut it, especially if you aren't sorry enough to demand the person who's responsible to be fired. What happened to the accountability Republicans pretend to care so much about? And that's not all. RFK Jr. is sabotaging food safety. I'm glad that some companies are now choosing to remove artificial dyes from some of their products. But when it comes to bedrock regulations that keep all Americans safe and prevent foodborne illnesses, RFK Jr. may as well be pro-food poisoning, because on his watch, CDC is throwing in the towel on food safety monitoring. This summer, our food surveillance network stopped monitoring requirements for all but 2 dangerous pathogens. I know RFK Jr. doesn't like listening to public health experts, but I don't think it takes an expert to understand that listeria will not go away just because states don't track it. It will not go away because nobody's looking. Shigella outbreaks will not disappear if you ignore them. Foodborne diseases sicken people. They actually kill people. This isn't about following the science. That's as plain as day. You don't follow the science by defunding it. You do not follow the science by shutting it down. And you don't follow the science by firing scientists. That is exactly how RFK Jr. has been operating. And as I mentioned last week, we saw some of the most egregious examples yet when he fired the CDC director, all because she chose to listen to science instead of falsehoods, all because she insisted on protecting lives instead of pandering to anti-vax conspiracies. And as we now continue to see the damaging aftershocks of RFK Jr.'s reckless decision to steamroll a CDC director that refused to bow to his will, several other experienced, respected, trusted public health experts resigned from the CDC in protest. Some are now also sharing alarming allegations of the widespread culture of conspiracy and incompetence and willful ignorance of science that is now defining RFK's leadership. And just this week, 1,000 HHS workers demanded he resign because of how his actions are compromising the health of our nation. And it's clear RFK Jr. has no intention of changing gears. Earlier today, he had a Senate hearing, and he continued to flaunt his ignorance like a badge of honor, not even knowing the COVID death toll, outright lying about established science, refusing to take any accountability for his actions. Mr. President, great leaders leave behind a track record of accomplishments, but it is painfully clear RFK Jr. will leave behind a body count. How high will it go? Well, that all depends on how long Republicans let him go around setting fires. How much damage will my colleagues let him do? How many children will die before they finally take action? We should not let him have one more day in power. I know some of my colleagues understand the grave reality of this situation. What I don't know is how long they're going to be willing to stay silent. You can talk about oversight. What are you actually doing? You can talk about the need to follow science, but that's not the path we are on. If you want to show us you are serious, if you want to save lives, you need to join us in talking about how important it is President Trump fire RFK Jr. Anything less is lying to yourself, while RFK Jr. lies to the American people about things as basic, as established, and as life-saving as vaccine safety. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Recognize the Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 269.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Robert Law of the District of Columbia to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Robert Law of the District of Columbia to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask unanimous consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Move to proceed to the legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 293.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination. Nomination,
the Judiciary, Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Yield the floor. Absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have approval of the majority of the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, September 8th, and that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of calendar number 291, Edward Artau, and at 5:30 p.m., the Senate execute the order of Wednesday, September 3rd, with respect to the Artau nomination.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.